All right. We out here. Today is gonna be pretty chill, just chill vibes or whatever. I don't have a chill vibes playlist for coding, so it don't matter. But whatever. Play this one beginning. Okay. I got. Where is this? Right. Okay. I'm gonna need a moment to figure out what the fuck I was doing last time. And it'd be nice if my syntax highlighting turned on. Oh, it's still initializing. There we go. Okay, so we have these, and these bind the correct texture, get the amount to draw, get the base UV color. And then it draws it. It binds the texture, it gets the base U chord, the base V chord. It gets the jitter offset. And then it gets the color to draw, it gets the amount to draw, and then it does this. It sets the Y, it determines any excess, and then it draws that icon with any excess. So it binds it to this. Does this return a resource location? No, it just binds it. But it... Oh, because I just pass it into this. Right. Okay. So now we basically just need to make things for this, right? I'm pretty sure. This is going to be final. It's going to superclass abstract SF drawable. Is that what we are at? Yeah. No, stat bar drawable. Um, and then those methods, and then yeah, and then we good. We good. So it needs, and we need to know whether this needs alpha. Does this need alpha? Draw stats overlay. When we draw this stat bar, we do not enable alpha. At least for this one. When we draw bloated stuff, I think we enable alpha for that, right? The max definitely enables alpha, and this would probably be a thing of that, maybe. Maybe? No, probably not. It's just gonna be a drawable. It seems like alpha's only done for this. So maybe we don't need alpha. We'll see. So then this doesn't need this. This just needs this, which is gonna be, what did I call it? I didn't call it anything. This should always draw. What's this called? GUI icons. Oh, okay. I'll just unbind. I need, nope, don't do that. I need math.ceiling. I need the ceiling of whatever their max hunger is. Divided by 2. Oh no, it's Apple Core API. So that, divide that by 2. So if the max is less than max hunger, which is 20, then we take the max divided by 2. Which would be like, say, 18 divided by 2 is 9, multiplied by 2 is 18. What is this? Now, does this already get amount to draw? Okay, so this is just the amount of times it needs to draw it. So we're going to get max hunger, divide that by 2. And downcast to int, right? Because it's gonna round up. So if I have 19, 19 divided by 2 is gonna be 9.5. The ceiling's gonna be 20, and then we return that. Alright, so where is the base U chord of this? That is important to make sure I draw the right thing. It's 16, and then if they have hunger, we add 117, otherwise we add 0. Right, because after top is the amount U, V. V is always 27. Oh, bugger off. Wrap the ternary in there. This is 16, and then hunger effect U chord offset is 117. And that is 27. Just because I don't like having this hunger affect U chord offset. There we go. And the color is actually null here. We'll never be drawing a half shank. So this is always 0 for this. Jitter index offset. So let's see, this needs I think it's 0 still, right? Because this needs the only thing that's not gonna be 0 indexed, or that's not gonna return 0, is the bloated amount. Because it's going to recompute. It's gonna recompute by getting a new jitter and then copying it over. Right, so that's that. And that was actually really easy. We have the exhaustion drawable, we have the hunger icon containers. Can I refactor this and rename this? Let's just call it this. Hunger containers drawable. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so, oh, and this needs to be maxed out at 20. So it doesn't draw any excess. We would not want that. Abstract SF stat bar drawable or something. Yep. Okie doke. So I need to draw if modconfig dot HUD dot replace vanilla is false. If it's false, and our hunger is less than if our hunger is less than 20, or sorry, less than twice that, then that means that there's, it could be like upwards of 39, which means there'd be a little bit of the vanilla hunger peeking out from underneath. But if we are replacing vanilla, if this is true, then we never draw this. And it doesn't matter if our current hunger is above or equal to 40, we never draw it as well, because we don't need to. This is, in this we will return stats dot get food level, divide that by 2.0 f, and then we will cap it at between 20.0 f. We need the minimum here. Do I need the minimum for whatever I bounded here? Yeah, min. We want to bound it above. So it's going to be bounded above by max hunger, or the vanilla max hunger, which is 20. Bound it, we bind it above. It will be bounded above, and then this will be bounded above at 20 as well, which is going to be the vanilla max hunger, which is an int, which doesn't matter because it will upcast it to a float anyway, and it returns a float because this is a float. This is an int, but we divide it by this, which makes it a float. Which means if we have like 19 hunger, it will return 9.5, which means we can U-chord shift. Now the base U-chord for regular hunger is I don't know what. 52. The V chord is still 27. Which means, you know what? Abstract SF stat bar drawable. No, not in handlers, dude. In HUD. So we don't need this. This is going to be GUI icons dot unbind. The amount to draw will depend. The max hunger divided by 2. Yeah, because it might not always be the same. Yeah, so this is not a thing. But there might be a U-chord shift, because there might be. This is the thing that's in common between them all. It uses the vanilla icons. Whoops, no, don't do that. So this should extend abstract vanilla stat bar drawable, which means this is no longer needed. This is no longer needed. This is no longer needed. And this is no longer needed. And that's no longer needed. And that can be like that. There we go. Actually, we can even go further with this. We can return. I need some abstracts here. Actually, no. This doesn't need to be like that. That's dumb. It's just whether it should draw, which is different, and the amount to draw, which is different. But everything else is not needed, right? So. No. That should be that. For new chord base, oops, plus, whoa, what are you doing? Plus, is potion active mob effects dot hunger. If it is active, we add this dot hunger you offset, otherwise we add 0. Right, because we can simplify that. And then this is final now as well. Which means this needs to have 16 and 117. Which I guess I can put as uchord base. And hunger effect uchord offset. That works for me. Whoops, actually wait, what am I doing? I need to keep those. There we go. And now this is really simple. And this basically just changes to vanilla. And nice, I pressed caps lock halfway through that. I am clearly fucking great. We don't need this. This is... What the hell did I write for this? Hunger U chord offset. Okay, and then we put U chord base in here, and then hunger U chord offset in here. Bada boom. We don't need this. We don't need any of this. And we don't need that. So now, if we we're not drawing saturation, or the leftover is greater than 0.5, then if it's a vanilla override, we add 18. Wait, no, that's if it's the vanilla override. Wait, so what if it's drawing vanilla? Then it just... I think it's just 9. Oh, wait, yeah, no, I understand why this is like this. I now understand why this is like this. This should always draw, actually. We always draw the regular hunger. That's right. And the reason why we always draw it is because we're not drawing the rest of the textures, we're just drawing the colored part of the hunger on top. So I need the rest of the hunger texture. So we do need to draw that. That is true. We always draw these. Okay, that's good. And then the vanilla hunger drawable, it just has this, where it's just the amount to draw and what to do with the shift. Yeah, okay. Then the next thing that should be drawn, so it's like first we draw the exhaustion, right? Then we draw a freaking the empty hunger, then we draw the actual food bar, and then we draw the vanilla override. And this should be abstract, and it should extend abstract SF stat bar drawable. Yes. I probably want to refactor this to just abstract drawable. And this is going to be a scaling feast thing, which is of course packaged in the wrong spot. Move it. Put it over here. I should make this snake case. Because the other one is, so... What else? What's this? SF Apple Skin Exhaustion Override. Okay, so I know, like, that's a thing. But... whether it should draw and all of that, this should be GUI icons dot bind SF GUI icons. That's that. Okay. I think this is going to vary. Yeah, this is going to vary depending on what we're doing. The amount to draw, that obviously will vary. the base U chord, um, I think this is always going to be 0, and I think this is always going to be 0 as well. Well, no, the V is not going to be 0. What am I talking about? The V will vary, actually, but the U, I think, is always going to be 0. Even if we're drawing, like, our little hunger overlay thing. Oh, it shifts it by 27. I could have this be a private final int for U and for V. And then this can return this dot U. And it's going to return this dot V. Whoops, no, V, there we go. That color will vary. And the U chord shift will also vary. But I believe this is also going to be 0 as well. So that can be like that. That can be like that. That can be like that. And then we just need to line up the UV coordinates and everything else that needs to be done. Okay, that seems good. Now, extend this again. I was gonna extend abstract scaling fee step bar drawable. And I believe that's 0, 0 for that. And then for the saturations, it's gonna be 0, 9. Now, should I... I guess it doesn't matter that I specify 0 and 0 every time, because... Probably doesn't. Because I was like, oh, I'm gonna have multiple of these hunger-related ones, and then I'm gonna have... Actually, I probably only have one saturation-related one. And so I was thinking, oh, I should subclass this specifically just to have the hunger part where it always returns 0. I think that's kind of dumb. Especially considering everything else is a little bit different. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. The conditions on whether it should draw should be... Here, if the amount to draw is 0, then it just skips it. So it doesn't even matter. It'll bind the texture, it'll do that, and then it'll skip it. So I don't need to have it say, oh, don't draw if the hunger is 0 or whatever, because it doesn't really matter. For this, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Because the color is always gonna vary depending on which one I do. And but this is gonna be the same. Well, actually, no, it's not. This U chord shift is going to be different for this one. I basically have 3 hunger-related things to draw. I have this vanilla override thing. I have like the bar that might appear underneath, and then like the leftover hunger that you actually have. And for the bar underneath, it's always it's never gonna have a U chord shift because it's always gonna be completely full. For this one, the U chord shift's going to be 18, and then for the other one, the U chord shift's going to be 9. The amount to draw is always going to differ. The color is probably always going to differ, because this one's always going to be the first color. It'll never be anything else. The other one will always be whatever color for the hunger layer you're on, -1, and then the one after that is going to be the color for whatever layer you're on. Which sometimes some of these things may end up being the same thing, but in general it's different. And the amount to draw will always be different, and whether it should draw is always different. Like, these are all always different. The only similarity they have is that they have the same V chord, so I'm absolutely not subclassing it just to do that, so it's kind of dumb. Okay, so should this draw, the vanilla hunger override part, it should draw if oops, mod consts, not config, consts dot vanilla max hunger. If we have less than 20 max hunger, because if we have less, then we're like 19 or whatever, and that's fine. If we have 20, if we have 20 hunger, then it will just be drawn as the top layer. Like, this won't be drawn. And if we have like 21 or whatever, this won't be drawn. It'll do the bar underneath. This is only if we specifically need that shift, right? Which means like we're on that layer. In which case, the amount we need is going to be math.ceiling stats.get food level divide by 2.0f, and then also we need to math.max this, or min, sorry. Do we even need to? Also, I just realized I actually messed something up. This here, the amount to draw needs to be this always over 2. So this needs to be outside over 2.0f. Because if we have like 21, then we get 20 over 2, we draw 10 icons. Right, and then the hunger containers, it's gonna be the same thing. We can get the minimum of this and move this outside. So we're gonna get the minimum of max hunger and the player's actual max hunger. So if they have 21 max hunger, for example, we'll get 20. And then this goes to there. So then it will divide that by 2, and then we'll get 10. But if we have, say, 18 max hunger, the minimum here is going to be 18. It's going to divide up by 2 and get 9, and then it's going to ceiling that. But if we have 19, It'll get that because that's still the minimum, and then it will divide that by 2. It will get 9.5, and then we'll round that up to 10, and then we will truncate that to int. Okay, that's what I want to do, because I'd have to divide it by 2 both times. You don't want to do that. Here, we need this to be we get the fruit level, we divide it by 2, and then we round it up to get the amount to drop. No, wait, we don't need to round it up. We don't want to round it up. We specifically do not want to round this up like at all. Just return this over 2. Because if they have 19, we want that 0.5 to have the U chord shift, right? Because this is going to be return excess equals 0.5f, and then return 18. Otherwise, return 0. Right? Excess is always the amount minus I. This you did not loop. Lovely. So yeah, this is always going to be whatever the amount minus that. We only wait a second. Is drawing half shank excess less than 1? Is that actually going to be true? Yes, it is. Because if amount is, say, 9.5, I will go to 9, but I will never be 10, because 10 would not be less than 9.5. Okay. And then we do this. Alright, so now we have to get the color. How do we get the color? Do I even have the colors stored anywhere? I have it in HUD utils, right? I don't have it in HUD utils. Bro, what the fuck? This is an array list, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Index colors dot size. I just make this a freaking wait. Can I make it an iterator? I can't make it an iterator. I wanted to make it like a circular iterator. That's unfortunate. And converting it to an iterator every time would be pointless. I could do this and just do that. I was thinking of making a whole like utility class for like a cyclical list, but A, that probably exists. I just don't know what it's called, and B, I really don't need it. I'm using this like these 2 times. I can write the logic in here. And this is gonna be a string array, right? Yeah. So first thing we do is we clear the list, right? And then we basically just do that. And then we will filter Is this also trim it? Ah, I see it doesn't. So then map it to string trim, then filter predicates dot not string is empty, then map to color new, and then for each LST add. I need another list. Hunger colors, set colors. We also need bloat colors, which should be lists dot new array list. I need to do that. What? I'm pretty sure you're supposed to actually work when I do that. Well, I definitely don't have that. I definitely don't have that statement right. Either that or the things here's messed up. So what we gonna do is we gonna find out what I messed up here. If I can find it, I should be able to. I think if I just go here and then do this, I might be able to find it somewhere. I don't know where I'm gonna find it. It's not in. It's not gonna be in here either. It's probably in the combat tracker. Okay, then it's not here. Go to the implementation of this. I hope. It should be, right? Like, I could have sworn. It's not here. Okay. I need to find where I freaking put it. Probably under It's probably not under this. That wouldn't make sense. Maybe I'll check here. Nope, not there either. I don't know, dude. I can't. I can't freaking find it. It's whatever. Then we're just gonna have this be for each one then, because I don't want my formatter to mess this up, because it's very good at probably doing that. Works for me. Okay. So this is hunger colors, and then I need to do it twice more. S colors, B colors. This is sat colors and bloat colors. What? Bloat, Z. There we go. So that gets that, right? That updates the colors, and now I need to get the color. It's gonna be private static. Bar number modulo lst dot size. There's 3 items, and I want bar number 3. Well, bar number 3 would be bar number 2, right? So, because it's gonna be 0 indexed. Let's say there's 3 elements in the list, and I'm looking for bar index number 4. We get the 3. Well, bar index number 4 is gonna be, and there's 3 elements, so it's gonna be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It'd be that. So we modulo the list size, which is 3, we get 1, we index into 1, and that appears to be right. Yeah, okay. I need hunger divide by 20. Because this is gonna, if my hunger is 20, it's gonna index. I need that -1 probably. Well, if my hunger is 20, that's gonna be 1, which is a problem. Otherwise, if my hunger is like 19, that's gonna be 0, which is gonna get the first index, which is correct. I might need a switch there to indicate whether we have that. How do I determine it here? Because clearly, however I determine it here is right, so... Oh, I just have an index that increases every time I draw a bar. Which, yeah, I guess works. If I subtract 1 from the hunger, then I'd be doing it as if it were 19, and that would work. So something like 42, I would want it to be... There's 1 bar, there's 2 bars, right? Because if it's at 20 or 40 or whatever, I want it to count as the same thing as if it were like 19 or 39. So what would that actually end up being? If I just hard divide by 20, that would be the number of bars to draw. I wouldn't need to actually have this here. I could just use. Yeah, hold on. This is dumb. This is dumb. Put this. If I make this a float, then I could truncate it. Your points are 5. So if I do the hunger divide by 20, but I cast it up to a float, then if it's like 1 hunger, I'm gonna get 0.05. But if it's 20, I'm gonna get 1. And then if I subtract, say, 0.01, and then truncate, for 1 hunger, that's not gonna be that bad. And then I just ABS it as well. This seems a little complicated, but I math.abs. I guess I don't even need to math.abs if I just straight truncate. I might not need this poll. We'll see. I'll do the hunger, divide by 20.0f. This will cast it up to a float. This result will be a float. And then I will subtract 0.01f. And then we will truncate this result. Right, so this means for if I have 19 hunger, HUD dot, I think I can do replace vanilla here. Can I not cast you? Can I cast some Boolean to end? You suck! Nonsense! Can I cast it to like a byte then? It's just a byte, bro. It's just a 0 or a 1. Come on, you suck. You suck. Java, why can't you hardcast this? You suck balls. Unless a Boolean class can do that. Wait, hold on. Maybe Java Boolean class can do it. Surely you can do that. No, shut up. Give me, yeah, give me the Boolean wrapper class. Does it have a, does it have a thing? It doesn't. You suck. Actually, what's the hash code? Dude, the hash code is an int. What does it do? The integer 1231 if this object represents true. The integer 1237 if this object represents false. You suck so much balls. I want to do something cool for once. Oh, I can do a compare too, actually. 0 of this object represents the same Boolean value as the argument. Positive value of this object represents true, and the argument represents false. Negative value of this object represents false, and the argument represents true. Oh my gosh, you suck. Okay, there is a way, but it ends up being so much more work. And it's so dumb. I'm pissed. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So, okay. I think I actually want this the other way around. 0, 1. If replace vanilla is true, then I want to add 1 onto it. Replace vanilla is true, then I don't want to. Right, because if the hunger is 40, and we're replacing vanilla... No, that's wrong. It's the other way around. The hunger is 40 and we're replacing the vanilla colors, then I want the second color, which I will get, right? Like, let's put in 40 here and see what we get. 40 divided by 20 is 2, minus 0.01 is going to be 1.99. Truncate that down to 1. That's going to be the second thing. That's going to get me the second one. So replace vanilla is true. We don't want that. Right? Because I want the second color. If, however, replace vanilla is false, then we only start really counting at beyond 20, right? So if I have like 23 and I want the color, it's going to be 23 divided by 20, which is going to be 1 point something minus 0.01 is still 1 point something. That casts to 1. But we're not replacing vanilla. Oh, this needs to be -1. Because we don't want to we want to start at index 0 then if I'm at like 23. I need like a private int. Int2 index. Because I'm going to need this again for bloated, so I'm going to return downcasting int a divided by 20.0f, which should be mod const, not configs, const dot vanilla max sac. That needs to be a float there, and then minus 0.01f. Yeah, just return that. And then we offset it by that. Now this, if I have like 19 hunger, we're gonna get 0. Right, so I also need math dot max. I need to bound it below with 0. With 0. With 0, my man. With 0. With 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. Make sure it's bounded below at 0 so that if this is like 6 or whatever, I get 0, it still gives me 0. We don't end up getting -1. Because if we're not replacing vanilla, then... Well, I mean, if we're not replacing vanilla, fundamentally, this probably isn't gonna happen. But to make sure... because I don't want to get that problem. Because I have 19 hunger and I'm replacing vanilla, then I'm gonna end up with 0. But if I'm not replacing vanilla, if I have 19 hunger, we're gonna end up with that, and we don't want a negative thing. That's probably not gonna end up happening, but whatever. Is this Minecraft? Yes, it is Minecraft. This is a mod that basically if you're familiar with the 1.12 mod scaling health, which allows you to change your max health, this mod is the same thing but for max hunger. What framework is this? This is 1.12 Forge. I don't know mods, I know frameworks for server wrappers. Yeah, this is a Forge mod. I've had this around since 2020, but I haven't really touched it since probably like 2021. So it's been a while. Now I'm brushing it off and I'm trying to rewrite the HUD, like the HUD for like drawing additional hunger and stuff, because this code is something else. Look at this. I'm gonna take a number, divide it by 2, and I'm gonna multiply it by 2. Why am I like? What is this? I don't know why I wrote this. I don't know. I don't know why I wrote this many years ago. So we're fixing it. I was a spigot monkey for a while. I've never used Spigot. I've always thought of like I don't know. I've been interested, but like I never really got to use it. I just never ended up having a server or whatever. Nice man. Client mods always looked cool. So much more cooler than server plugins. Yeah, sometimes server plugins are they're all mechanical, right? Um, they can be cool, but like it's hard to see the cool because there's no visual aspect. It's just the mechanical component, right? I have uh I have a mod that basically adds like D&D style combat into Minecraft, right? So like mobs can have certain damage type resistances and weaknesses and stuff like that. And so that mod is like purely mechanical. And it's a cool mod, right? And a lot of people like it, but like there's very little visual aspect to it other than like a couple tooltips and stuff. So it's like it's cool, but it's hard to really wrap your head around how cool it is because uh, as a player, you're just interacting with the system, right? And you're just like, oh, it's just a combat system. It's not like, oh, look at this like texture and stuff, right? It's a little different. Listening for existing mechanics and then doing some minor response to it. Yeah. But we did a few vanilla anarchy servers, so it was mostly networking, stats, etc. Ah, boring stuff. No, I feel that. I feel that. Uh, I mean, this mod has some networking stuff that it has to do as well, right? I don't know where it is. It's been so long. Where you'd think I'd have a package called network. Oh, I do have a package called network. Wow. Look at that, right? So like, there's networking stuff here too, because you have to sync stuff between server and client, and that networking stuff can be kind of boring. All right, so this is gonna be get bloated color, and then int bloat. Return get color for bar math dot max into index on the bloat. Wait, I don't actually need a math.max call here because I'm never gonna have to bind it below by anything. Just get that index. I don't need to do any of this nonsense. And then I just pass in this list. This is gonna be the bloat colors. There we go. Easy. What do you mean? Oh, whoops. I knew that. So what I'm doing here is I have basically a couple Minecraft mods do this. If you increase your maximum health, normally you just get extra heart bars, right? And sometimes that can be annoying. And so what some Minecraft mods do is when your max health goes up, it'll actually start to overlay different colored hearts on top of each other, right? So if you have like 23, you'll see like the red hearts, and then there'll be like orange hearts on top of it, right? Like literally overlaid on top of it. So I wanted to do that system for if you change your max hunger here, and I need to do that for the hunger and saturation because your saturation's bounded by your hunger, and then I have this bloat, which is basically like absorption, but for hunger as well. And so I'm trying to, and so all of these can obviously overlay on top of each other if you have different colors or with different colors depending on how much you actually have. And I'm rewriting all of that to not be as garbage as this. This is where all the drawing was done. It is 512 lines, and 300 of those lines aren't the greatest. So we're gonna fix it. How old is this code base? So this code base is, I'll give you the specifics. This code base, do I have an initial? 5 years old. Half a decade old. The last release for this mod was in 2021, which was 4 years ago. Um, And it's not that I like never wanted to go and work on it. It's just a lot of the other mods and stuff that I was working on had so much had so much like a lot more work that needed to be done, and this mod was in a stable enough state that I could leave it, right? Insane how time flies between projects. It's insane, dude. I started writing this in 2020. Basically, the story behind this mod is I was making a mod pack, right? And in that mod pack, you would increase your max health. It was very much a kind of it was very similar to RLCraft, right? You increase your max health, you become like super strong or whatever, right? You increase your stats and then you just kind of go on an adventure and stuff. It was a very similar concept. But I had noticed that I was always having to eat food because my speed would be so high that my hunger would go down very quickly. And I'm like, well, this is annoying. I would like a mod that could change my max hunger so that I could have more hunger so I don't have to be eaten all the time. And I didn't like any mods that did it because any mods that did it, it was just like, oh, you can just have an endless hunger. You can just constantly overheat. There's no, or not overheat, overeat. You don't have to worry about having any like max hunger. And I'm like, no, 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 no. That's just dumb. And so I went and basically went, all right, I'll do it myself. And I wrote the mod myself. Um, and that was back in 2020 because I was like, well, I don't, pandemic's coming on, right? So I don't really have anything going on. So I'm gonna write a Minecraft mod. Other people were learning how to make sourdough bread, and I'm like, I'm gonna learn how to write a Minecraft mod. I have very different priorities, apparently. Pandemic was a great driver for Minecraft development. True. I think it was. Well, it was a great driver for a lot of things. Like a lot of people did things that they never used to do before. They used to code for pay as well or just for fun. Um so when I was coding this, I was just finishing university, so at that point I was not coding for I didn't have a job. Uh did get a job in IT at some point. Hated the hell out of it. Made me depressed. It sucked. It was boring. I hated it. But Java is the language I am the most comfortable with, and I hated Java backend jobs. They were boring. They weren't exciting. They weren't fun. It wasn't engaging and challenging, and I didn't like it. So now this is the coding I do. I code little tools if I need them for random things. If I'm running like a D&D campaign and I need to like generate different enemies, right? I've written a little personal thing that can randomly generate a bunch of stats and stuff. But I don't that's just the kind of stuff I would code or like mods like this, right? And so used to code for pay, it sucked. This is I don't know. You could argue that when you watch ads, I'm still technically making money here. So does this count as coding for pay? I don't know. I'll leave that up to you. It's coding for pay with a couple asterisks or whatever, right? Java is insanely valuable to know regardless, though, even if you don't want to use it for web apps and backends. Agreed. Because a lot of the foundational knowledge that Java gives you is like applicable in so many other languages and in so many other contexts, right? Um, because a lot of languages are like object oriented and stuff like Kotlin. Well, Kotlin's just a Java spinoff, right? But Minecraft is how I got my job, and I can't talk. But Minecraft is how I got my job, and now I'm a Python slave on a security team. I had a security IT job too. Well, I mean it was IT, but it was security, and I also found it boring. Well, I found the concept of security interesting, but just the work environment was very boring. But cybersecurity is an interesting topic. I took a course in like cryptography and stuff. It was very, very interesting stuff. But I don't know, in practice, or at least what I was doing in practice, it was just boring. I think cybersecurity is interesting conceptually. like learning how to make something safe. But in practice, you're just like making a couple improvements to security, and if everything's going well, you're not getting a security breach, right? And so, you know, in practice, just the rat race keeping up with vulnerabilities. Yeah, right. And that's that. I'm not saying it's completely like some people probably enjoy it, and I'm not gonna I'm not gonna knock their passion or whatever. But for me, I just like conceptually it's interesting, but in practice, it's not the same, right? I cannot type right now. Oh yeah, the people who are built for it are insanely talented. I'm just not. Oh no. And you know what? Everybody's got their own talents, right? Like, and it comes from practice and years of work, and I am incredibly respectful for the cybersecurity experts who keep things as safe as they are and keep up with it and all of that, because it is it's not easy, right? Okay, sorry, I gotta roll this. So I'll stop distracting. No, it's no worries. It's no worries. We're here for a good time, right? I just happen to be coding at the same time, right? Don't sweat it. The amount of times, um, I've gotten distracted, even when there's like no one in chat, and then I'll be like, "Dang it, I forgot what I was coding," right? Like, doesn't matter if there's anyone here or not. I'll forget what I'm doing anyway, right? Or I'll like go down a rabbit hole anyway, right? So don't fret it. But that's because there's rabbit holes to go down in this. Because it's like, oh, I can rewrite this, I can rewrite this, I can improve this, and it's just down the rabbit hole you go, never to be seen or heard from again. Um, so you know. Now this, I think we have to do a similar thing here, but not minus 0.01. Saturation, I think, is in increments of 0.1, I believe. So if I have 20, right? Like let's say I have this, right? If I have 20 saturation, and I divide it by 20, I will get 1, which will index here, but I want it to index here. So we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to take it, I'm going to divide it by 20, I'm going to subtract. I could probably afford to subtract 0.01, actually. Because saturation, I don't think it... I might subtract 0.001, just to be safe. And use that to offset it just a touch. So that if I'm at 20, and I subtract 0.001, and then I truncate it, I will get 0, and that will index me right here. So it's a very similar concept. I'm just gonna do it here. Sat divide by 20 minus 0.001. Make that a float. And then truncate to int. All right. So I have these, I have these, I have this. Oh wait, but I need this stuff here. Oh wait, I have a different HUD utils? Aw, shit. What's my different HUD utils? I didn't know I had a different class for this. Right. Right. Okay, we can't be having two HUD utils. That's not okay. Uh I will call this draw utils. Works for me. What is this? If it's not null, return false. Otherwise return true. Why would it be? What is this? I I get it, but I also don't get it. Yeah, we're gonna very quickly deprecate that. And I'm gonna see where it's called. I think it's only called in the HUD overlay handler. No question actually. Have you worked with custom inventories for GUI? I was curious how it is on the client side. I did a little bit, and this was a really long time ago. I made a mod that was basically a portable jukebox where you could load up some CDs into it or like music discs into it and then just basically listen to it on the go. I never really ended up finishing it, so I never really got that deep um to actually like making a HUD for it. I tried and like I just never really got around to finishing it. So but it's not easy. It's you basically have different screens. You pull up a screen and then that screen is linked to an inventory and that inventory has slots that you manipulate. So like there's a client side and a server side component. Really, there's the inventory that actually has all the items and stuff, and then there's the screen that you show to the player that they interact with. Um, I never really did it a lot. Yeah, this is only used here, so I can deprecate that. That's fine. Okay, so is single player MC still running a virtual server backend? Yeah, actually. This used to not be the case, but I think as of I don't believe it was 1.12. I think it was earlier. I think it was 1.8, 1.7, maybe. My history there is a little rough, but um earlier versions, and we're talking really early versions of Minecraft used to not do it, but again, I think around 1.7, 1.8, they started to have a dedicated server for single player, right? It would basically launch a dedicated server. And I can understand why they did it. It made it so that it makes sense. But any kind of server-based bugs would then appear in single player, like lighting glitches, um, that would appear on servers would never appear in single player normally because everything was already all synced up or whatever. But now, when they started this dedicated server, you were starting to see those server-based bugs in single player. I think they've obviously polished it, fixed it, but when it was initially done, you were having those issues, and so everyone was like, this sucks." The issue with server-side GUI is that packet exploits make it super sketchy. Yeah, I mean, so what's the problem with a lot of server-side things is that you know you can always manipulate things, right? I mean, just look at a lot of those item dupes and stuff, which are pretty much caused by desyncs between clients and servers, right? And it's a constant battle because Minecraft will patch it and it'll be like, no more dupes, and then another one will be found, and then that'll get patched, and it's it's the same kind of thing as like cybersecurity. You're always trying to get ahead of potential game breaking glitches and stuff. right? And so it ends up being, it's always a battle. Okay, we deprecate this. Then I need this. I guess I could have lists that have the defaults. Perchance. Swear Minecraft Anarchy players are North Korea level hackers, always have some new insane tech up their sleeve. It's freaking nuts, dude. And it's like I ain't touching that, dude. That's insane. So I need these colors. If it's empty, and empty by this mod's definition is whatever this is supposed to mean, that the strings are not null. I mean, again, I kind of understand that. How would you insert null strings into this? I don't know. They would always be empty. This, like, never... This is never a thing, right? I can always do if list.size is 0, then we load default. Fallback. That's what I want to use. Then I'll do lst.addAll. Fallback. We'll just do that. That way, we have that, and then we just need this stuff. I think this is much better. Beaut. Okay, now I can just have a static block, and I can do this. Wait, can I just do add all and then just like... No, it needs to be a collection. I guess I could do lists.new array list and do that. That's really dumb. Why don't you just do it in declaration? Do it here. Hello. This is FF. This is the hunger one, right? Yeah, it's hunger, and then it's saturation, and then it's bloated. Okay, so FF9D00, FFEE00, whoops, 00FF00, 0, 0, 0, 0, FF, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, Fs, E1, 0, 0, FF, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What are you talking about? Not from converse from arrayless string to color. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I might have forgotten about that. Then should I not just do a stream builder? No. No. Do this. Dot stream. Dot map. To color. And then collect it to collectors dot to list. This might be a better way to do that, but it works. It works. I don't feel like writing that multiple times though. Wow, man, this really makes me not miss Java. There are things that are not great. Like, there's no easy way to convert. Like, I have to do a ternary. I can't just like cast this boolean to an int or whatever. Now I realize that I need -1, not 1, but that's slightly different. But like there's no easy way to do that, and it's like, ah, well, that's unfortunate. Wait, couldn't I just colorize that? Yeah, I guess I can do that. And this should be a list of color. And then this is going to be string, strings. Return arrays.stream strings.map collect collectors.toList. I might actually, hold on. Maybe I can be a big brain, dude. Maybe I can dot collect right here. Supplier, accumulator. Like reduce, collect operations can be parallelized while requiring additional synchronization. So it requires a supplier, a by consumer. Supplier at list, that takes string, do that, and then combine. Okay, yeah, no, we can do this. We can do this one. This is gonna be new array list. That is technically a supplier. The accumulator is going to take a list. No, don't do this. Eclipse, why you gotta be like this? It's gonna take a list, and it's gonna take a string, and it's going to do. This is a by consumer, right? So it's gonna be l.add. What? Okay, no, don't do that. L.add new color s. And then this is going to be L1, L2, and we'll map that to L1.add all L2. Hey, look at that. So this is going to be colorize fallbacks. And then forget all this nonsense. brilliant, dude. All right. Now we can do it. Now we can do it again. This is D7. This is D700 D7. 6400 D7. What? No, please. 000 D3 D7. 64 D700. Not 65. 64. Then D7 D700. No, D7 D700. And then this is D7 D7 D7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Should have the same amount. And then what are these ones? These ones are FFFF6E, FF6E6E, 6E, FF6E, 6E, FFFF, 6E, 6E, FF, FF, 6E, FF, and E6, E6, E6. Okay, so that's different. These were 6Es, and this is E6. Sure. I ain't questioning it. Horn colors fallback. Sack colors fallback. Bloat colors fallback. There we go. That is all that nonsense. Now I can go back to whatever I was drawing, whatever I was doing before. This. Get color. Yes. Return draw utils. Dot. I'm pissed. Why are you private? What? No, don't do that. That was not supposed to. And I guess you can just be package. I guess it doesn't really matter. You can be package. It's fine. This is going to be getting hunger as if we're simulating it for 19. So that's fine. And then this will always get the first color. And then now I need, so that's for the vanilla hunger. After the vanilla hunger, we draw the hunger for the bar underneath. Shouldn't this only draw if I have the thing? Only if we're replacing the vanilla. Otherwise, we're not drawing it. Because we don't need to. Because that is basically this section here. And now I need to draw the regular hunger bar. So this is going to be scaling feast. We'll call it lower hunger bar. Drawable. It's kind of a mouthful, but whatever. So abstract scaling feast stat bar drawable is what we extend here. Bada boom. Make this final. Add me a nice constructor here. This constructor is going to... The name is going to be SF Hunger Bar Lower. Hunter, yes. And the U and V is going to be 0 here. And then whether we draw it is going to depend on if... We never need to draw the lower bar if it is completely covered. And that would be only if return player dot get food stats food stats dot food level modulo mod const dot vanilla max hunger is not 0. If it's 0, then we're at like 20, 40, whatever, and we don't need to draw this. And this should always be... This isn't the vanilla override part. This is just the regular part. So this should always be mod const dot this. We always draw divide by 2. We always draw this. We always draw 10. And the color is going to be return draw utils dot get hunger color player dot get food stats dot get food level This needs to be greater than 20, and modulo 20 is 0. Not true, actually. Not greater than... Well, actually, yeah, greater than 20. There'll only ever be a lower bar for greater than 20. Player.get food stats get food level. And then if food modulo this is not 0, and food is greater than const vanilla max hunger. Then we have like 20 plus, or I guess it's 21 plus in this context. And in that case, then we want to draw some we want to draw the lower bar. Yeah, we would always want to draw the lower bar. Maybe not though. Hello, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Do I want to draw this for... I don't know, because... Yeah. It's always tricky. Because this... If we're not replacing vanilla, and we have like 23, then this shouldn't draw. But if we are replacing vanilla, then it should draw. So this might actually depend. Food has to be greater than if mod config dot HUD dot replace vanilla. If we're replacing it, then only draw if we're greater than double it. Otherwise, this times that. If we're replacing the vanilla, we only need to draw a lower intermediary bar. No, if we're the other way around. I'm confusing myself. If we're drawing a lower bar, I'll read the message in a second. I gotta think this through. If we're drawing a lower bar, then if we're greater than 20, then yes. If we're not replacing the lower bar, then that's just going to draw the vanilla hunger underneath. We don't want to draw this. We only want to draw the bar for the other thing, in which case, only do it if we're greater than 40, in which case we need that underneath. Right? I think so. Not too bad. Grabbed coffee at Cafe Hung with Dev, so morning is good. Great, good. Glad morning is good. What the heck is this? This is the same thing I worked on last week, where it was my hunger-based mod that had really jank code here. That this code needs help. What is this? I'm going to take a number, I'm going to divide it by 2, I'm going to potentially round it up, and I'm going to multiply it by 2. What is this code? Why is this a thing? And then here we're going to subtract, because at minimum, we're greater than 20. So we're going to subtract mod const dot vanilla max hunger. We're going to subtract that here. So if I have 40, you know, it'll treat it as if I have like 20, which will do the color before. It will always do the color before. And that's what we want. We want it to be doing the color before. And there's never any U coord shift, because we're always drawing exactly 10. Okay, not bad. Not bad. This is the lower hunger bar. The upper hunger bar is going to be a thing. There's definitely something I will have messed up here. And this is abstract scaling feast stat bar drawable. Yes, and then make it final. what did I call this? SF hunger bar lower. This is SF hunger bar upper. And I still think U and V are that as well. Now, should draw. This should always draw if we have over 20 hunger. There's always going to be an upper bar, provided we're over 20 hunger. Get food stats, get food level, greater than, not mod const dot vanilla max hunger. Yep, if we're above 20, we're drawing. If we're equal to 20, we ain't drawing. Because then it's just vanilla stuff, so that's fine. And the amount to draw is always going to be stats dot get food level modulo 20. So this will bring it from a number between 0 and 19. Ah, shit. That's annoying, isn't it? Isn't it? Not necessarily. No, yes, necessarily. What if I add 1 to it? Plus 1. This is going to change my range from 0 to 19 to 1 to 20. This sucks. Modulo 20 doesn't work here. And it doesn't work here. If I have 40 hunger, I want to draw that amount, right? I wanna wrap it between number between 0 and 20. I don't think I can do modulo 21. I don't think that's gonna work. Because that means if I have 21 hunger, it should be drawing 1 shank, but modulo 21 is gonna give me 0. Which sucks. It needs to go from 1 to 20. If I subtract 1 here, I could get, if I was at 20, I'd be 19, modulo 20, then add 1, then I'm back at 20. But if I'm at 40, I subtract 1, I'm at 39, I modulo. Yeah, I mean, that works. This is really silly looking, but it works. I need to pull up freaking Desmos for this. Okay, so mod x minus 1 modulo 20 and then add 1. At 1, we're drawing 1. At 20, we're drawing 20. And then at 21, let's call this f of x. F of x. And then just get me, like, f of 21. That gets 1, which means it should only draw 1. And then divide this by 2. Which means if I'm at 21 hunger, it will draw the half shank. We're just supposed to do. This is the formula. This is the holy formula. So what do I call this holy formula? Because I need this as well for the saturation as well, and the bloated. I need this formula multiple times, so we're gonna put it here. Icon count for... Get icon count for topmost bar. And it's gonna return amount -1 modulo +20 +1 and then divide it by 0.2. I don't think I need that for anything else. Do I need it for the... let me just double check that I don't need it for the vanilla hunger override. Or maybe even just the vanilla hunger as well. I probably don't. Yeah, because it's bounded above by 20, so that's fine. And then the vanilla hunger thing, it's not gonna draw if I have like 20 something hunger. And so I can just use this. I just use the food level. I don't need to worry about doing any sort of modulo stuff. And for the lower bar, it's always going to be that. And for this one, it's going to be that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to return drawUtils.getHungerColor for player.getFoodStats dot get food level for just the total thing. And the ucord shift is going to return if excess is 0.5, we're going to shift by 9, otherwise don't shift at all. Which is, I believe, what I've done for pretty much everything else. Well, this one shifts by 18, but same diff. Okay, this is the holy formula, so I need to return abstract scaling feast step bar drawable dot get icon count, and this is going to be stats dot get food level. That is the holy formula. Do I have anything for drawing saturation? If it says it should draw saturation? Yeah, it's this. Draw saturation, yeah. Okay, so that's all the hunger bars. Sorry, pointless team sync. How's the plugin looking? It's looking. I have deduced a holy formula for drawing the hunger. Where did I put my holy formula? This is my holy formula. Number minus 1 modulo 20 plus 1 divide by 2. The holy formula. And as ridiculous as it sounds, that formula works perfectly. It does exactly what I need. So now that's all the hunger bar drawable stuff that draws. Assuming I didn't mess anything up or miss anything. Now I have to do the same thing for saturation. So away we go. But there's only 2 saturation bars. Actually, wait, no. There's something else I need to draw too. I need to draw the scaling, what's it called? Yeah, okay. Scaling feast hunger overlay drawable. Hunger effect. If you have the hunger effect, it changes your hunger shanks, right? And so that works here too. It does the same thing here. So now the U and V for this is different. Where is it? It's right here. It adds 27. It adds 27? Does this make sense? Let me look at my texture map. Yeah, just offset it by 27 as the base U, and then just do that. Yeah. Okay. Did I ever... Huh. Let's see if we can combine this into one drawable. That would be... muy bueno. Why do I have that? I definitely don't use that anywhere. Pretty sure, because that'd be U... 0, 9, 18. Or sorry, that's V. I don't think I do a U... Or sorry, a V that's 27. Oh, look at that. I do. If for less than that, we draw that. Why? Draw stat bar, do that. Otherwise, we draw this stat bar. This seems incredibly pointless. I know why it doesn't now. That I see, but I don't need it with the new way I do it. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okie dokie. Now I didn't even explain what this extends. Abstract scaling fee step. Step bar drawable. There we go. Add the constructor. Add unimplemented methods. Okay. SF hunger effect overlay. The U is gonna be 0. No, sorry. The U is gonna be 27. The V is gonna be 0. So, should draw, it should draw if the player dot is potion active. Mob effects dot hunger. I don't know if that's exclusively what I want to do. Oh, I need one for the bottom, and then I need one for the top. Wow. Okay, I actually need multiple hunger overlay things, I just realized. Just because of the way I draw it, I need one for the bottom, one for the top. Okay, this will be the top one. What did I do? I pressed caps lock. There we go. And I opened some NVIDIA performance thing. Love that for me. Hunger effect lower overlay drawable. Can I close this? Thank you. So this lower overlay will always draw. I don't need this, I don't need this. The amount to draw is, it's these things, I mean, okay, so this is in common with all the hunger ones, this is in common with all the hunger ones. This is not exclusively in common with all the hunger ones. Alright, well, but I think it's warranted. Yeah, we'll just do that. Oh, I swear I keep doing this all the time. Whatever. So this is going to be 27 and 0. We know that for a fact, because that's there. What is this? This is, This is if it should draw in... not counting hunger effect. Because this one's gonna be... Right, we need something like this. I'd return player dot is potion active mob effects dot hunger, and this dot should draw specific, because there might be additional conditions. This actually will have a thing, so we do need that. And we do need this. And this one was hunger overlay drawable. Hunger overlay. And these should be final. So, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. This is going to draw. This is going to return... If they have the hunger effect, I guess there is. I guess it's not as specific as that. Get amount to draw. This is going to return lockout dot vanilla max hunger divide by this, and the U chord shift is never going to be a thing for this. So should draw specific is going to instead be... we should draw this hunger overlay if the... well, they have the hunger effect, we know that. And their hunger is... whatever other thing I had before. Yeah. Basically, I want to know if their hunger... Actually, I think it's basically the exact same conditions here. Because yeah, we probably want to draw under the same conditions. Which means I don't want to copy this code like this, because then if I need to make changes to this, I'm going to have to make changes in 2 places, and I'm going to mess that up. So, the solution there is to not do that, and to instead call the other thing. But the other thing is... I guess I make it static in the abstract class. Uh, should draw lower bar player dot get food stats dot get food level. There we go. And then for the hunger overlay, this one is the same thing. If we step bar drawable dot should draw lower bar for player dot get food stats dot get food level. There we go. That's not right. Hunger overlay drawable. So what? Wait, what is this one? Hunger overlay. Hunger effect lower overlay. Blah, blah, blah. Hunger upper overlay. Hunger effect. Oh my goodness. Upper overlay drawable. Will be final, and then this extends Killing Feast Hunger effect overlay drawable. Abstract scaling feast, hunger effect, overlay. Okay, this thing. This is what we do. It should be lower overlay, and then hunger effect upper overlay. SF hunger effect upper overlay. And then this is gonna just the exact same thing on if we should draw the upper bar. The upper bar here. Where's the upper bar? Where's my upper bar? That's a lower overlay. Now I need the hunger effect upper overlay. Return player dot get food stats dot get food level greater than mod const dot vanilla max hunger. We can duplicate that. That's not really a problem. Get amount to draw. Oh no, this is config. HUD dot replace vanilla 18, otherwise 9, otherwise 0. That will combine it into one. So if we're doing... No, it doesn't actually work. Get amount to draw, it's going to be the same thing. Get icon count for topmost bar, yeah. And then I actually need one more. Scaling feast, hunger effect. Vanilla hunger. Override. Overlay. That is the longest fucking class name I've ever wrote in my life. Why am I doing this? I don't know. I can't tell you. Abstract scaling feast hunger effect something. Oh, abstract scaling feast hunger overlay drawable. There we go. what is this class name? Whatever. It works. It works. It gets the job done. Thank you for the follow. Gotta run. Catch you next time. Thanks for tuning in. I do this usually on Tuesdays, so appreciate the follow. You have a good rest of your day, man. So this is gonna be whatever this is. SF Hunger Effect upper overlay. This is gonna be SF Hunger Effect a vanilla override overlay. I know I spelled that wrong. Now, it should draw specific. This is gonna be if the hunger is less than 19 or whatever, right? So what does this say? Oh yeah, we gotta have the replace vanilla on, and we gotta be less than that. Now there is something to be said of looping this all in and not having these separate overlays, and instead just in the original draw loop have it draw the hunger. Like if they have hunger and this drawable can draw hunger, it draws another thing, right? Like we could absolutely do that. Because we draw the icon. And the vanilla stuff has the vanilla offsets it correctly, right? So like that one's fine. But this one, we could say that we could add like a if has hunger overlay, then we shift the U by a bit, by 27, basically. And we do the same thing. And we draw on top of it. Excess, player, stats. Boom. I don't even know if I need the stats. Do I need the stats? Why would I need the stats? And currently, the food stats have never been used. But I'll have to see. What are you bitching about? insert this. Oh, right. I need to put a 0 there. And then we just have, honestly, I think this is a lot better than having multiple of these, like, hunger things. And then this set has hunger overlay to false. Or sorry, to not to false, to hunger overlay. But this we'll just telescope it because not everything needs it. It'll just be name and false. Okay, so now what I can do is I can actually check right here if this dot has hunger overlay. Then, and, gotta check for the hunger potion effect. So I'm only gonna check for the hunger potion effect once because there's no point checking it for it every single time. Has hunger effect is going to be player dot is potion active. Mob effects dot hunger. And if it has a hunger overlay, we know if it has a hunger overlay and has hunger effect, then we do abstract drawable dot draw icon MC X Y, the same X, the same Y, the new U plus 27, the same V, and then there's no color. And that will shift it 9, 18, 27, 9, 18, 27, 19, 27. Yeah, that'll shift it the correct amount. This is the hunger offset amount. I'm gonna even make this a thing. Private static final int hunger u offset. Offset. And that's gonna be 27. Then I don't have multiples of these things trying to draw or whatever. Hunger u offset. There we go. So now the hunger effects, we don't need them anymore. Hunger effect lower overlay, get out of here. Hunger effect upper overlay, get out of here. Hunger override Oh, hunger effect, vanilla hunger override, this thing? Get out of here. Get out of here. This thing here? Um... I don't think I need... Where's my lower bar? Where's my lower bar? My lower bar. Let me guess, I copied the return. Yep, I knew I did it. Get food stats dot get food level. I guess this could be an int. I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so now abstract stat bar drawable. Nope. Abstract scaling feast drawable. We don't need this. We just need the icon count for topmost bar because that's going to be true for the saturation as well. But the saturation lower bar is going to be slightly different. So now that handles it all itself, and we don't even need to worry about nothing about it. Which is good. We don't have to worry about that hunger overlay at all. The hunger overlay is now built into everything. Except has hunger overlay. And this will just call this, but it'll pass in name. Oh my gosh, stop pressing period. U and V and false. Actually, no, just do false, yeah. Okay, so now that telescopes down correctly. Now, this is for scaling fee step bars. This is a scaling fee step bar. This has a hunger overlay. This has a hunger overlay. This has a hunger overlay. Those are the only three things that have hunger overlays. Nothing else does. Now, this, make it final. This is going to be the saturation, which I believe is like the only other part that needs to be drawn. It's going to be the scaling feast. Well, and there's the max too, but that's not, it's not a stat bar. It doesn't fall into, does not fall into this category. Scaling feast, a lower saturation bar drawable. And then put this as a abstract scaling feast stat bar drawable. Do that. So now this is the same thing, but it is... I now get to choose which constructor I want, though it doesn't matter. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because I do this. So the saturation is going to be... The U is going to be 9, the V is going to be 0. Nope, that's wrong. The U is going to be 0, the V is going to be 9. Now this should only draw if I have stated to draw the saturation, of which... I would really only have to appreciate checking this once. Okay, assuming we're drawing saturation. What is the context in which I draw it? Where I draw a lower bar. I should draw a lower bar if the saturation is above 20. A lower hunger bar is if that modulo that is 0, or sorry, if it's not 0, and then it's that. Oh, I should probably add that part too. Yeah. Return player dot get food stats dot get saturation level. Does that just work, or do I need to make a different call for it? No, I don't. Okay. Modulo dot vanilla max sat. If that's not 0, then we are drawing. And we also need that the saturation level needs to be above that. So I need now the amount to draw should always be vanilla max sat divide by 2. And the lower hunger bar is... Oh, I don't even need this either. I don't need a hunger overlay thing. Yeah, we just subtract 20. So I'm gonna do the same thing here. Get saturation color is gonna be player dot get food stats dot get saturation level minus mod const dot vanilla max set. There we go. That'll do the exact same thing. And there is no U chord shift for this. And now do the same thing. Beast, upper saturation bar drawable. And this is abstract scaling feast step bar drawable. That. I don't know what it's doing. Please stop whatever you were doing. That was crazy. There should be no name here. SF saturation bar upper. The U is still going to be 0, the V is still going to be 9. Don't do that. This will always draw if we're drawing saturation. The amount to draw will always be... It's going to be the holy formula, right? Abstract scaling feast step bar drawable dot get icon count for topmost bar stats dot get saturation level. Oh yeah, and return that. Right, and so what this is going to do is it's going to subtract 1, it's going to modulo 20, and then it's going to add 1, and that's going to basically offset everything correctly, and then it's going to divide by 2. Yeah, it does the modulo thing too to get the remaining saturation, and then just draws that. Draw utils dot get saturation color for player dot get food stats dot get saturation level. And the U chord shift. This is where we need a little bit more than just nothing, right? Because it depends on this. If excess... I've already accounted for that, right? It is drawing half shank is excess less than 1. Yeah, so excess is already less than 1. So if excess greater than 0.5, then we return 9. Otherwise, if excess is only greater than 0.25, then we return 18. Oops. Otherwise, if excess is just greater than 0, we return 27. And lastly, we don't need that. We can just return 0 here. And so far, I have not needed to know the player or the stats. Like, I don't think I need this. I probably don't. And that accounts for all this. In which case, that's the lower saturation bar, the upper saturation bar. So, okay, I need the bloated bars now. Probably. I need a lower bloated bar and an upper bloated bar. Okay, works for me. Alright, have lower hunger bar, lower saturation bar, upper hunger bar, upper saturation bar. And I'm gonna need a lower bloated bar and an upper bloated bar. And this is gonna extend the same thing that everything else does. Scaling fees, step bar, drawable. Boom. Oh, I know what those are now. It's for drawing bloated stuff. Oh, shit. It draws a number of things for the bloated stuff. There's the bloated containers, basically. And then there's all of this, and then where is this? This is drawing it at V27, and then V18. And the jitter amount's going to be completely different as well. I guess I just don't make that final. Just leave it like that, and then I just overwrite it. Alright, this one's a bit of a doozy, because we have to recompute, we have to figure out where we're indexing into our jitter array. We need to draw the hunger container. We also need to draw the, like, the bloated, like, the flesh and bone part. There's no real good way to describe that. And then we draw the colored component. And they're all separate components. And so I need to I need to make a I need to draw multiple bars. That's really annoying. But that's just how it is. And it's much better to just do that multiple times. Okay. But I should have a abstract bloated one, I think. Just so that I can have this be correct. Probably. Scaling feast bloated bar drawable. It can technically have hunger, so we're gonna do that. And I'm just gonna make sure this is set to 0 because the hunger stuff is only on v equals 0, so if I do that, then I can reuse this code no matter what the base v chord is. But we just basically offset it. Okay. Good stuff. Alright. Like, this code I'm reusing, but I guess this is a thing. And the color could also vary or depend, but that's fine. You know what? I see what's going on here. This here, not here. Not here? Yeah. Oh, actually, yes, here. That needs to be this. This needs to actually extend abstract step bar drawable, I think. We need a jitter index offset. We need the bind texture. We need the base U chord. Okay, and we need the base V chord. I don't know why that did that. Okay, yeah, that's just weird, whatever. And then the base V chord. This is what's gonna vary. So that's varying. This is also varying. This is not varying. This would vary. The color part would vary. The amount to draw would vary. As would if it should draw. These are the only things that are gonna remain the same. And this is just gonna have this and this, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so now the jitter index offset. The jitter index offset is going to be did I not? Oh, I did an array copy here. Max hunger. We go from index 10 into bloated jitter. And we copy the next 10. And that part doesn't matter. We just need the index offset, which is going to basically be this part right here. Math.min, math.ceiling, Apple Core API accessor, get max hunger. Divide by 2. And then bounded below, or sorry, bounded above at 10. I hate typos like this, it drives me crazy. Accessor dot get max hunger for the player, divide by 2.0 f. I guess I didn't need the food stats for that. And I guess this needs to be casted to int, I'm guessing? Yeah. Cast that bad boy to an int. Truncate that. Alright, so now this... We don't need this. We don't need this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that here, too. Now, fix all the places that just appeared. Don't need that there. Don't need that there. I guess that was the only places that it was needed. Jitter index offset is that. So we get the max hunger, we divide it by 2, that gets the amount of shanks that we have as a max hunger, capped at like index 10. My max is 19, then I'm going to be using index 10, right? Well, max hunger is 19, that's going to be 9.5. We ceiling that to 10. I don't think this is actually right. Because I will have 0 to 9. Actually, no, this does work. Because 0 to 9 is going to be the first 10 jitter indices, and the next one is going to be index 10, which is going to be the lowest it can possibly be, would be index 10. Well, no, that's the highest it can possibly be, is index 10. But suppose I have max hunger, say, 6, right? I divide that by 2, I get 3, which is going to try and index into the third one, but I need to subtract 1. I have an off by 1 problem here. I need a -1 there. If my max hunger is 1, I divide that by 2, I ceiling, that gets me 1, I subtract 1, I get 0. Which is not where I want to actually index that. I would want to actually index that at the one after that. Maybe I don't have an off by 1 error. If I have 3, like if I have max hunger 6, I'm going to get max hunger 6 divided by 2 is 3, and that's the index I'm going to use, because index 0, 1, 2 are used by hunger shank that represents 1, 2, 2, 3, or sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there is actually no off by 1 error. Okay, good, good. I did it right. All right, so now we have 3 bloated bars that can be drawn. The first one is the like bottommost bar, which will scale with, well, we also actually we have 4 because we have the we have the hunger thing. Which means I guess the base U coord is not something that is guaranteed because we are drawing hunger containers as well. Okay, so it's all of a sudden got really stupidly complicated for like no reason. Always has been. So we have the hunger containers drawable, we're gonna have the bloated containers drawable. And this is gonna be final, and it's going to extend scaling feast bloated bar drawable. I should probably call that abstract scaling feast bloated bar drawable. This needs to be abstract as well. And this needs to be renamed. And then this needs to be abstract. There we go. SF bloated containers. And this is true because, actually no, this is false. It does not have, and the reason why it doesn't have is because we just handle that based on this, because this is GUI icons dot unbind textures so that it binds it to the regular stuff. Should draw, this is always going to be return true. Because we're assuming that if we're even considering drawing this, we have the bloated effect, right? The base U coord is gonna basically be the same as this. It's basically just a hunger containers drawable. But the amount to draw is not based on the player's max hunger. So I need this again, which is unfortunate. Whatever. And the where's my hunger containers? This thing. Oh, because I did this for this, right? And then it's U coord base plus if hunger active, hunger U offset. So this should return U coord base plus player dot is potion active mob effects dot hunger U coord offset otherwise 0. And I can actually make this even better by making these just package private, and then I can actually access them from here, which is exactly what I'm going to do. Hunger containers drawable dot that, so that it's all linked together. Love that. Okay, good shit. Base V coord. What is a base V coord? Abstract vanilla step bar. Okay, this also needs to be package. Because I need that. Abstract vanilla step bar. Abstract vanilla step bar drawable dot V coord base. Oh yeah, and return it. U coord shift is always 0 for this, so it's that. and now it's just the amount of these to draw. It's gonna be based on the amount of bloated stuff you have. It's gonna just be based on their bloated amount. So we're gonna need Scaling Feast API .accessor .get SF food stats for this player get bloated hunger amount, and that bloated hunger amount we can bind it above at 20 and then just divide it by 2 and then round up. Yeah, okay. Get bloated hunger amount, bind this above. So math.min to bind above. And then, after we've bound it above, we then divide it by 2, and we need to ceiling it. And then I'm gonna actually want this. Or is it a float? I guess that's a, well, it isn't. And then I can just cast it down, truncate it. Instead, we just cast it to a float there. Just so I don't forget the whole point of that. Then this will just return abstract bloated bar drawable bar bloated bar drawable dot get number of bloated icons for the player. and then that draws a number of bloated containers. It draws the correct number of bloated containers. Okay, and then I would just need the bloated, well, these are the bloated containers. Then I would also need the bloated, like, hunger shanks. Everything else will be binding those icons, so is there anything else that I would want for that? I mean, the U is gonna be... because that's for the containers, right? It's gonna be a little bit different for the actual stuff that goes in the containers. Alright, well, look, I've been doing this for 4 hours. This is a perfect cutoff time. Because not only am I hungry, but I've been doing this 4 hours, and this feels like a good spot to stop. So, that's what I'm gonna do.